Have you ever wondered what secrets lie hidden in the oldest corners of Tamriel's history? What if the stories we've been told about the werewolves roaming our lands are merely fragments of a much deeper, more complex truth? Tonight, we invite you to join a journey that will take us far beyond the campfire tales and into the very heart of one of Tamriel's most enduring mysteries. Whether you're listening from the misty forests of Valenwood, the snow-covered peaks of Skyrim, or the bustling streets of the Imperial city, we'd love to know, where are you joining us from, and what time does your own journey into rest begin? Let us know in the comments below. Your presence here tonight is part of what makes this exploration so special. Our story begins with a lone scholar named Alara, whose life has been shadowed by a curse passed down through generations of her family. For years, she has sought answers, spending countless nights in the hushed halls of the Arcane University's archives, surrounded by ancient texts and forgotten lore. It was there, among crumbling scrolls and whispered legends, that she discovered something extraordinary, a fragmented manuscript that suggests the history of lycanthropy is not what we have long believed. This scroll hints at a hidden narrative, one that stretches across every province of Tamriel, binding werewolves to forces far older and more mysterious than mere superstition. As we follow Elara's path, we will uncover the layers of this enigmatic legacy, from the earliest accounts of shapeshifters in the wilds of High Rock to the sacred pacts of Solstheim and the whispered rituals of the Glenmoril Witches. But this is more than a historical account. It is a personal and perilous quest. With each new revelation, Alara feels the pull of the curse within her, a reminder that the line between scholar and beast is thinner than it seems. Together, we will explore not only the legends themselves, but the very nature of transformation, identity, and the secrets that sleep in the blood of Tamriel's people. So settle in, open your mind, and let the story unfold. The journey north was a test of both body and spirit, a relentless push through howling winds and blinding sheets of snow that sought to erase the path ahead. For Alara, each step deeper into Skyrim's heartland was a battle against the elements and the gnawing anxiety within her. The very air felt charged with a primal energy, a stark contrast to the dusty silence of the archives she had left behind. It was here, in this land of ancient stone and bitter cold, that the most famous of all werewolf legacies was said to have taken root, the legendary Companions of Jovaskur. Her source, that fragile, half-decayed scroll, spoke of them not as cursed outcasts, but as willing participants in a sacred pact, warriors who had embraced the beast as a gift from the hunting grounds themselves. To them, the transformation was not a shameful affliction, but a revered tradition, a source of strength and honor. But would they see her as a fellow seeker of truth, or merely as a scholar, prying into matters she could never truly understand? Reaching Whiterun felt like arriving at an oasis, carved from ice and history. The great mead hall of Jovaskur, with its iconic upturned ship, stood as a silent sentinel, its presence both intimidating and awe-inspiring. The air within was thick with the smell of burning peat, roasted meat, and the distinct scent of warriors who had lived lifetimes of battle. The companions she first encountered were polite yet distant, their eyes holding a guarded sharpness that seemed to look right through her. They were not accustomed to unannounced visitors, especially ones who asked pointed questions about things best left in the shadows. Her request for an audience was met with skepticism, a palpable tension that filled the space between her words and their silence. She was an outsider, a scholar from the south, and her interest in their most private affairs was at best suspicious. It was only through a combination of sheer persistence and a carefully revealed glimpse of her own inherited burden that a door finally cracked open. She spoke not just as a historian, but as someone who felt the same moon-driven restlessness in her own blood, who understood the fear and the isolation that came with it. This shared experience, this unspoken kinship, was what eventually earned her a cautious audience with a member of their inner circle, a grizzled veteran whose gaze held the ancient weight of countless winters. Seated near the hearth, with the storm rattling the doors outside, he spoke in a low, measured tone of the circle's founding. He told her of how the Companions, facing a decline in their prowess and honor, sought a power that would ensure their legacy would never fade. They did not stumble upon a curse, they sought a covenant. Their pact was with Hircine, the Daedric prince of the hunt, a deliberate and solemn agreement. The gift of the beast blood was accepted willingly, a sacred charge that bound them to the great game of the hunt forevermore. This was not a story of victimhood, but one of agency and sacrifice. The power came with a profound price, not just the obvious loss of control under the full moon, but a deeper, more spiritual cost. Their souls were forever marked for Hircine's hunting grounds, a fate they embraced as part of their warrior's code. To them, the beast within was a tool to be mastered, a fierce ally in battle, and the ultimate expression of their martial bond. They were not monsters. They were a family, bound by a secret that both empowered and isolated them from the world they swore to protect. Listening to him, Alara felt a strange sense of melancholy and admiration. Here was a culture that had taken the very thing that shamed her family and woven it into their identity as a badge of honor, transforming a source of fear into a wellspring of strength. It was a perspective she had never before considered, and it fundamentally shifted her understanding of what her own curse could be. Leaving the warmth and relative safety of Jorvaskr behind, Alara felt a renewed sense of purpose, yet it was now tempered with a deeper, more unsettling uncertainty. The companion's story of a chosen path was powerful, but it clashed violently with the narrative of affliction that had defined her own family's suffering. To find the true origin, she knew she had to look beyond the warrior cults and into the shadows where older, darker things slept. Her research pointed her south, to the mist-shrouded forests of Falkreath Hold, a place where the veil between the living and the dead was said to be whisper-thin. Her destination was a place most sane people avoided, a crumbling tomb long associated with the Glenmoril Witches, a coven of witches whose name was synonymous with the raw, untamed nature of the beast blood itself. The journey into Falkreath was a descent into a different kind of wilderness. Where Skyrim's tundra was vast and open, Falkreath was a claustrophobic labyrinth of ancient pines and grasping undergrowth, the air perpetually damp and heavy with the scent of decaying leaves and wet stone. The local villagers she passed offered only wary glances and muttered warnings, speaking of the old tomb as a place of bad luck and worse omens. They called it a nest for hagravens and a gateway to realms best left unopened. Their fear was palpable, a tangible force that seemed to seep from the very soil, but for Alara, their superstitions only confirmed she was on the right path. The truth, she had learned, was often hidden in the places polite society refused to go. Finding the tomb's entrance was a challenge in itself, hidden behind a cascade of thorny vines and half sunken into the earth, as if the forest itself was trying to reclaim it. The air that poured from the darkness within was frigid and carried the faint, metallic tang of old blood and ozone. Stepping across the threshold felt like crossing a boundary, leaving the known world behind and entering a space that operated on older, more primal rules. The interior was a network of narrow, winding passages hewn from rough-hewn rock, the walls slick with moisture and veiled in a profound, oppressive silence, broken only by the distant drip of water and the frantic beating of her own heart. Her progress was a careful, painstaking dance with danger. The ancient Nord builders, or perhaps the witches who later claimed this place, had been thorough in their defenses. Pressure plates, cleverly disguised beneath layers of dust and debris, threatened to trigger swinging blade traps or unleash volleys of rusted darts from hidden wall slots. In one vast chamber, a series of massive stone pillars had to be rotated into precise positions based on faint lunar symbols carved into the floor, a puzzle that took all of her scholarly patience and intuition to solve. Each obstacle bypassed was a small victory, but each one also reinforced the terrifying realization that she was an intruder in a place that did not welcome visitors. Finally, deep within the heart of the barrow, she found it, a circular chamber that felt less like a tomb and more like a primordial grotto. The ceiling was open to the sky through a natural fissure, allowing a shaft of pale moonlight to illuminate the center of the room. And there, covering every inch of the surrounding stone, were the etchings. They were not the clean, formalized carvings of the Companions' history, but something far more visceral and frantic. Scratched into the rock with a savage intensity, they depicted a raw and terrifying narrative. She saw crude figures of women, their forms distorted and powerful, kneeling not before, but alongside a great, antlered specter Hircine. This was no supplication, it was a negotiation. The images showed a pact being forged, not for strength in battle, but for a deeper, more fundamental connection to the hunt. They were not receiving a gift, they were becoming an extension of the Daedric Prince's will, their humanity willingly offered up in exchange for a primordial power that predated mortal civilization itself. This was the source, this was the wellspring from which all other legends, including the Companions, had eventually flowed. The revelation was staggering, rewriting the history she thought she knew. But as the magnitude of her discovery settled upon her, the atmosphere in the chamber shifted. The air grew colder, the moonlight seeming to dim. From the shadows at the edges of the room, forms began to coalesce, flickering, ethereal shapes of the tomb's long-dead guardians, their eyes burning with a cold, blue fire. They had been waiting, slumbering until an uninvited guest disturbed their sacred silence. Their attention was now fixed solely on her and the ancient knowledge she had just unearthed. The confrontation in the tomb was a stark and chilling reminder that some doors, once opened, cannot be easily closed. Alara barely escaped the Spectral Guardians, her heart hammering against her ribs as she fled back through the twisting passages, the echoes of ethereal snarls fading behind her. The revelations from the Glenmoral Etchings had rewritten the origin of her curse, but they offered no solace, only a darker, more ancient truth. If the beast blood was not a random affliction, but a deliberate pact with a Daedric prince, what did that mean for her own lineage? Her family's suffering felt less like a tragic accident and more like an inherited bargain, the fine print of which had been lost to time. She needed to understand not just where the curse began, but what it could become in the hands of mortals who sought to command it. Her search for answers now pointed west, across the Iliac Bay, to the misty, mountainous realm of High Rock. Unlike the raw, untamed wilds of Falkreath, High Rock presented a different kind of challenge, one of intricate politics and veiled secrets. Her research spoke of a unique chapter in the history of lycanthropy, far removed from the warrior cults of Skyrim or the primal witches of the wilds. Here, in a land of chivalric orders and arcane intrigue, a group known as the Order of the Wolf was said to have emerged. They were not mere victims or savage monsters. They were knights, rumored to have sought out the curse and attempted to refine it, to harness its ferocity in the service of noble ideals. For Alara, the very notion was both alluring and terrifying. Could the beast within truly be tempered? Could it be made to serve a purpose higher than its own base hunger? This was a question that struck at the very core of her own struggle. Finding the Order's last known sanctuary was a task that required more than just dusty maps. It demanded patience and a careful ear in the taprooms and libraries of the region's great cities. In Daggerfall, she heard whispers of a secluded monastery high in the Ruthgarian mountains, a place forgotten by most maps and avoided by sensible travelers. The locals spoke of it in hushed, conflicting tones. Some called it a sacred retreat for holy men, while others claimed it was a fortress guarding a terrible, slumbering power. The journey upward was arduous, a steep climb along narrow, crumbling paths that seemed to defy anyone from reaching the summit. When the monastery finally came into view, it was a formidable sight, a stark, gray structure built seamlessly into the mountain's face, its windows narrow and its single great door made of weathered ironwood, looking less like a sanctuary and more like a keep prepared for a siege. Gaining entry was her first true test. There were no traps of stone and steel here, but a far more subtle and daunting defense, silence and scrutiny. The monk who answered her knock was an elderly Breton, his face a roadmap of deep lines, but his eyes held a piercing, unnerving clarity. He did not speak, merely looked at her, his gaze seeming to weigh her very soul. Elara knew that any falsehood would be instantly detected. She spoke plainly, not as a scholar seeking knowledge, but as a soul seeking understanding. She spoke of the restless energy in her blood, the pull of the moon, the fear that had shadowed her family for generations. She spoke of the Companions' honor and the Glenmoral's primal pact, and her need to find a path between the two. Her honesty, her raw vulnerability, was the only key that would turn in this lock. After a long, silent moment that felt like an eternity, he simply nodded and stepped aside, allowing her into the austere quiet of the monastery's main hall. Inside, the air was cool and still, smelling of aged parchment, dried herbs, and cold stone. The monks, a small group of men and women of various ages, moved with a deliberate, economical grace. Their conversations were conducted in low murmurs, and their eyes, like the gatekeepers, held a deep, knowing light. They were not hostile, but they were profoundly cautious, engaging her in a series of dialogues that felt less like interviews and more like spiritual examinations. They questioned her on the nature of control, on the difference between channeling power and being consumed by it. They spoke in parables and metaphors, testing her comprehension of the beast not as a separate entity, but as an integral, though wild, part of the self. The wolf is not a rider on the horse, one monk explained softly. The wolf is the horse. The question is, who holds the reins? It was in their sparse scriptorium that Alara found the true heart of their philosophy, contained within a series of illuminated texts and personal journals. The Order of the Wolf, she learned, was founded by a small cotter of knights who had acquired the lycanthropic curse, not through a pact with Hircine, but through battle with his creatures. Instead of succumbing to despair or embracing mindless savagery, they saw their condition as a divine challenge. They retreated to this mountain fastness to forge a new way of life, a discipline they called the Taming of the Beast. Their texts detailed a rigorous regime of meditation, martial training, and alchemical concoctions designed to fortify the mind and body against the curse's ravages. They sought to achieve a perfect balance, to summon the wolf's strength and senses at will while maintaining their human reason and morality. They believed they could become something new, guardians who used the monster's power to protect humanity from the very darkness that birthed it. But the texts were also brutally, heartbreakingly honest. For every success story, there was a record of a tragic failure. The margins were filled with grim accounts of brothers and sisters who, despite their utmost efforts, had ultimately lost the struggle. Some simply vanished into the wilderness, their human minds erased by the beast. Others had to be put down by their own comrades after a catastrophic loss of control resulted in tragedy. These records were not hidden away. They were preserved as solemn reminders of the stakes. The path of balance was not a guarantee. It was a constant, precarious negotiation with a primal force that always demanded payment. The Order's history was a testament to the breathtaking potential of the human spirit, but it was also a chronicle of its fragile limits. They had not found a cure. They had found a way to live with the fire, knowing full well they could still be burned. Leaving the stark discipline of high rock behind, Elara felt a new tension brewing within her. The monk's philosophy of control offered a glimmer of hope, but their chronicles of failure were a sobering counterweight. Her journey now pulled her south, to a land where the very definition of nature was different. Valenwood was not a place of tamed gardens or ordered forests. It was a living, breathing, and often sentient entity. Her research hinted that the Bosmer's relationship with shape-shifting was the oldest and most fundamental of all, tied not to a Daedric prince's whim, but to the very laws of the world itself. To understand the beast, she needed to understand the wild hunt. The transition into Valenwood was not merely a change of scenery, but a sensory overload. The air, thick and humid, was a complex perfume of blooming fungi, rich soil, and the sweet decay of fallen giants. The trees themselves were colossal, their branches weaving a canopy so dense it felt like twilight at noon. Sounds were muffled by layers of moss and sponge-soft ground, yet the forest was far from silent. It hummed with the clicks, chitters, and calls of unseen life, a constant, whispering chorus that seemed to watch her every move. This was not a wilderness to be conquered or navigated. It was a presence to be acknowledged, and Alara felt a profound, instinctual understanding that she was the intruder here. Finding the tribe mentioned in her fragmented scrolls was a test of faith. There were no roads, only faint game trails that seemed to shift and change when her back was turned. She relied on intuition, on following the pull of the ancient magics that resonated with the curse in her blood. When she finally stumbled upon their village, it was unlike any settlement she had ever seen. The Bosmer lived not on the land, but within it. Their homes were woven into the boughs of great grot oaks, connected by rope bridges that swayed high above the forest floor. They moved with an uncanny grace, their forms almost blending into the dappled light and shadow. Their initial reception was not one of hostility, but of a deep, wary curiosity. A stranger here was a rare event, and a stranger who carried the scent of the old ways was rarer still. It was an elder, a woman with eyes the color of ancient amber and skin like weathered bark, who finally approached her. Her name was Selana, and she listened to Alara's story without interruption, her expression unreadable. When Alara spoke of her search for the origin of her lycanthropy, the elder's gaze deepened with a knowing sadness. She did not speak of Hircine, or pacts, or curses. Instead, she spoke of the Green Pact, the sacred agreement between the Bosmer and the forest that gives them life. She explained that long before mortals drew lines between man and beast, the world was fluid. The wild hunt was not a story or a legend. It was a memory of that primordial state, a sacred, terrifying ritual where those lines are temporarily erased. Selana invited Elara to witness a ceremony, a small-scale reflection of the hunt's power, warning her that to observe was to participate in a way that could not be undone. That night, under a moon filtered through a lattice of leaves, the tribe gathered in a clearing. There was no grand invocation or complex ritual circle. Instead, there was a deep, resonant chanting that seemed less like song and more like the forest itself finding a voice. The air grew heavy, charged with a raw, transformative energy that made the hair on Alara's arms stand on end. She watched, her breath caught in her throat, as several of the tribe's people began to change. But this was nothing like her own painful transformation. There was no resistance, no struggle between man and wolf. Their forms shimmered and flowed, melting from Bosmer to bear, to great jungle cat, to a creature of thorn and vine, and back again. It was a seamless, beautiful, and utterly terrifying dance of forms, a voluntary surrender to the chaos of creation. After the ceremony, Selana found Alara, who was trembling not from fear, but from the sheer, overwhelming truth of what she had witnessed. The elder explained that for the Bosmer, this power is both their greatest blessing and their most profound curse. It is a direct connection to the heart of Nirn, a reminder of their original, unfettered state. But it is also a burden, for they know the terrifying price of the true wild hunt, the permanent loss of the self, a transformation from which there is no return. They do not seek to control this power. They seek to honor it, to respect its boundaries, and to fear its potential. Selana fixed Alara with a gaze that seemed to see through centuries. Her warning was not a threat, but a plea born of ancient wisdom. She told Alara that the forces she was meddling with, the Daedric Pacts, the mortal disciplines of control, were like children building castles too close to the tide. They are playing with a fragment of a whole they cannot comprehend. The beast blood is not a tool to be wielded or a curse to be cured. It is an echo of the wild hunt itself, a sliver of that primordial chaos, trapped within a mortal frame. To try and master it is to misunderstand its very nature. To try and cure it is to deny a part of the world's own soul. You seek to chain the ocean in a cup, Selana said, her voice soft but firm. You may hold the water for a time, but you will never hold the tide. Some truths are too vast to be owned. Some songs are too wild to be sung by a single voice. Standing there in the moonlit clearing, surrounded by the whispers of the ancient forest, Alara felt the foundations of her quest shudder. The companions had forged the beast into a weapon. The Order had tried to temper it into a shield. The Glenmoral had embraced it as a sacrament, but the Bosmer asked her to simply let it be, to accept it as an intrinsic, untamable part of the natural order. For the first time, her goal of finding a cure felt not just impossible, but arrogant. The choice laid before her was no longer about finding an answer, but about deciding what question she should even be asking. The journey to Solstheim was a passage into another world entirely. The sea itself seemed to grow colder and more forbidding the farther north the ship sailed, until the first sight of the island's coast emerged from a perpetual, gritty haze. Solstheim was a land of stark, brutal contrasts. Dense, silent moss forests gave way abruptly to vast, desolate plains of volcanic ash, under a sky often choked with gray clouds that promised storms of a different, more suffocating kind. For Elara, stepping onto the creaking dock of Raven Rock felt like arriving at the very edge of creation, a place where the rules she had come to know seemed thin and frayed. Here, the stories were not carved in stone or written in illuminated texts. They were carried on the ashen wind, whispered by a people who had learned to survive in a land that constantly sought to reclaim them. Her purpose here was singular, a thread pulled from the tapestry of rumors and ancient logs she had pored over in safer libraries. The Skaal, the native people of Solstheim's northern reaches, were spoken of in hushed tones by sailors and traders. They were said to be immune to the afflictions that plagued the rest of Tamriel, including, most intriguingly, the curse of lycanthropy. While werewolves were known to stalk the island's southern regions, drawn by the call of the blood moon, or serving the sinister Glenmoral coven there, the Skaal villages remained untouched. To Alara, who had witnessed the Daedric origin in Falkreath and the attempted mastery in High Rock, this was not just a curiosity, it was a potential key. Was it a powerful ward, a divine blessing, or something else entirely, a truth that could reshape everything she thought she knew? Finding the Skaal village was a test of endurance. The ash storms descended without warning, reducing the world to a swirling, blinding gray nightmare where direction had no meaning. She navigated by memory and instinct, her every sense strained against the howling wind. The landscape was littered with the skeletal remains of long-dead trees and the crumbling, half-buried ruins of ancient Nordic outposts, their stonework slowly being digested by the hungry earth. It was a land that felt both young and impossibly ancient, scarred by volcanic fury and steeped in a profound, silent magic that was entirely its own. When the storm finally abated, revealing the cluster of sturdy wooden lodges nestled against the side of the mighty felsod coast, it felt less like discovering a village and more like being granted permission to see it. The Skaal were a people of few words and deep, observant eyes. They did not turn her away, but their welcome was cautious and measured. They watched her, assessing her spirit as much as her intent. It was the shaman, an old man named Tharstan, with a beard like frosted wire and eyes that held the deep calm of a frozen lake, who finally greeted her formally. He did not ask her why she had come. He seemed to already know. He invited her into his lodge, a space filled with the smell of drying herbs, smoked fish, and the rich, earthy scent of peat burning in a central hearth. He listened as she spoke of her journey, of the Companions Pact, the Glenmoral's etchings, the Order's discipline, and the Bosmer's warning. He listened to her describe the curse that flowed in her own blood, not with pity or fear, but with a quiet, deep understanding. When he spoke, his voice was low and resonant, like stone shifting deep underground. He told her that the Skaal knew of Hircine, the greedy man, whom they called the adversary. They knew his games, his hunts, his desire to trick mortals into his eternal chase, but they also knew something that the rest of Tamriel, in its complexity, had largely forgotten. He explained that the world is not simply a battleground between benevolent gods and malevolent Daedra. It is the creation of the All-Maker, a singular, all-encompassing force of nature and balance from which all things flow. The adversaries, like Hircine, are not external invaders but part of this same system. They are the necessary challenges, the tests of strength and spirit that define existence. Their influence is a natural part of the world's cycle, but it is not the only influence. The Skaal's resistance, he revealed, was not a magical shield or a divine immunization. It was a state of being. By living in harmony with the land, by following the teachings of the All-Maker, and viewing every rock, tree, and animal as a sacred part of a whole, they maintained a spiritual balance that left no room for external corruption. A Daedric prince's power requires a hook, a crack in the spirit, fear, greed, ambition, a desire for power, to take root. The Skaal, through their faith and their way of life, simply had no such cracks. Their souls were whole, their connection to the natural world so complete that a force seeking to twist and corrupt nature had no purchase. Then he shared with her the oldest legends, stories passed down through generations around fires much like this one. He spoke of a time, long before the Daedric princes began their gambits with mortals, when the lines between man and beast were not so rigidly drawn. In that primordial era, shape-shifting was not a curse or a blessing. It was simply another aspect of the natural world, a fleeting change like the turning of the seasons or the melting of snow. Some of the Skaal's own ancestors, the most powerful and in tune with the All-Maker's flow, could reportedly take on the aspects of the bear or the wolf willingly, as a means to better understand their prey or to protect their people. This was a lycanthropy not of pact or affliction, but of harmony. It was a natural magic, a deep and forgotten song of the earth itself. Hircine, he explained, did not create the concept of the beast blood, he found it. He saw this raw, natural power within the world, and he coveted it, he twisted it, he bound it to his will, institutionalized it into his hunts, and turned a sacred, balanced aspect of nature into a predatory curse to serve his own endless sport. The lycanthropy that plagued Elara's family, the Companions, and all of Tamriel was this twisted echo, a beautiful song corrupted into a battle hymn. The Skaal, by remembering the older song, by staying true to the original balance, had simply never forgotten the difference. For Alara, sitting in the warm glow of the fire, This was the most profound revelation of her entire journey. It was not a cure, but it was a kind of absolution. Her curse was not some inherent flaw or a mark of divine displeasure. It was a natural force that had been hijacked and weaponized. The beast within her was not a demon, but a piece of the wild world that had been shackled to a Daedric prince's game. The piece the Skaal possessed was not something she could simply adopt. Their harmony was built over lifetimes of cultural dedication. But their truth offered her a new way to see herself. She could stop fighting the wolf as if it were an alien invader. She could begin the far more difficult, more nuanced work of understanding it as a part of her, a wildness that belonged not to Hircine, but to Nirn itself. The question was no longer how to remove the wolf, but how to reclaim it, returning to the white marble halls and vast, echoing archives of the Imperial city, felt both like a homecoming and a descent into a lion's den. Cyrodiil was the heart of the Empire, the center of recorded knowledge and ordered history. Yet Alara now knew that the most vital truths were often the ones deemed too dangerous to record plainly. The serenity of the Imperial Library was a facade, a beautifully maintained garden under which poisonous secrets were buried. Her time with the Skaal had reframed her entire quest. She was no longer just a victim seeking a cure, but an investigator uncovering a historical crime, the theft and corruption of a natural force. To understand how this happened, she needed to trace the Empire's own bloody hand in the story. She needed to find the accounts they had tried to erase. Gaining access was a delicate dance of half-truths and scholarly credentials. She presented herself as a historian, studying regional tax law and census data during the interregnum period, a dry and sufficiently bureaucratic topic that would raise no eyebrows. The librarians, efficient and disinterested, granted her access to the general stacks without a second glance. But her true objective lay beyond the public areas, behind a heavy oak door marked Restricted Codicils Imperial Edicts, pre-Tiber. This door was guarded not by soldiers, but by a senior archivist, a severe Altmer woman with an encyclopedic memory and a profound distrust of curiosity. Elara's carefully constructed story was useless here. This required a different kind of currency. She waited until the shift change, when the main hall was at its quietest, and approached the archivist's desk. This time, she led not with a lie, but with a sliver of truth. She spoke quietly of her research into marginalized cultural practices in rural Colovia, mentioning a passing reference to moon-hallowed traditions that had been violently suppressed. She saw a flicker of recognition in the archivist's eyes, not of the topic itself, but of the specific, cautious language Elara used, the language of someone who had already read between the lines. It was a gamble, a silent test. After a long pause, the archivist's expression softened almost imperceptibly. She was not a gatekeeper out of malice, but out of a deep, ingrained duty to protect the library from those who would misuse its darker chapters. In Alara, she perhaps saw not a provocateur, but a genuine seeker. Without a word, she produced a heavy iron key and slid it across the desk, her eyes conveying a silent warning of the weight of what lay beyond. The restricted section was a world away from the bright, airy main library. It was a windowless, climate-controlled vault, the air still and cool and smelling of old vellum and preservative spells. The shelves were packed with ledgers bound in faded leather, scroll tubes, sealed with crumbling wax, and stacks of loose folios tied with ribbon. It was a graveyard of inconvenient histories. She began with the dry, official records, provincial governor reports, Imperial Legion muster rolls, and treasury accounts from the Second and Third eras. On the surface, they were mind-numbingly dull, but Alara had learned to rid the silence, to listen for the stories hidden in the negative space. A report from the county of Choral noted a sudden, unexplained increase in the budget for pest control and woodland clearance. A Legion roster showed an entire battalion, the 9th Colovian, being quietly reassigned from border patrol to internal pacification in the heart of the Great Forest, a region with no record of rebellion. The treasury logs showed regular, large payments to an alchemical supplier in Skingrad for a substance listed only as Project Silver Eye. The real story, however, was not in these official documents, but in the personal effects tucked between them, the things that were never meant to be saved. A faded letter from a legionary to his family, its edges brittle with age, spoke of hunting beastmen in the Jural Mountains, describing not mindless monsters but clever, desperate creatures that use traps and ambushes. The writer confessed his growing unease, questioning how these beasts could show such tactical intelligence. A diary from an Imperial priestess, hidden inside a ledger of tithes, contained frantic, coded prayers for forgiveness after she had blessed the silver-tipped arrows used in a campaign that wiped out an entire village suspected of harboring lycanthropes. She wrote of the children they found hiding in the root cellars and the terrible orders that followed. Piece by painful piece, the horrifying narrative of the Lycanthropic Purges came into focus. It was not a single event, but a series of brutal, sanctioned campaigns spanning centuries, designed to systematically eradicate werewolves and anyone associated with them from Imperial territory. The legions operated under a mandate of absolute extermination, often conflating simple hermits, hedge mages, and even non-hostile tribal groups with the actual threat. The justification was always the same: the protection of the citizenry from a savage, uncontrollable plague. But the personal accounts Elara unearthed told a different story. They spoke of fear, yes, but also of land grabs, of silencing political rivals by branding them as beasts, and of a deep, ideological desire to purge the wild, untamed elements from the civilized heart of the Empire. They were not just killing monsters, they were eradicating a version of nature that did not conform to the Imperial ideal of order. Then she found it, the most damning evidence of all, tucked inside a false binding on a book of medicinal herbs. It was a fragmented report from a long-disbanded branch of the Imperial battle mages, addressed directly to the Emperor of the time. The report concluded, based on extensive field research, that lycanthropy was not a purely Daedric curse, as the mainstream temples claimed. It acknowledged the Skaal's understanding, confirming that the condition had a natural, albeit rare, origin point that predated Daedric interference. Most shockingly, it detailed the early stages of a potential treatment, not a cure, but a method of managing the transformation through a specific regimen of hypnotic suggestion and rare, Nirn root-based tonics. The report was marked Classified Level Black and bore a single, stark notation in red ink: Project terminated. Knowledge is a threat. Purge continues as ordered. The air left Alara's lungs, The Empire hadn't just suppressed the violence, it had actively suppressed a potential path to peace. They had chosen fear and extermination over understanding and healing. They had made a conscious decision to let thousands suffer and die to maintain a simpler, more controllable narrative. The weight of this discovery was crushing. This was no longer ancient history. This knowledge was a live ember. Publishing these findings wouldn't just rewrite history books. It could shatter the trust in Imperial institutions, reopen old wounds, and ignite a new wave of panic and persecution against anyone even suspected of carrying the blood. Her quest for personal salvation had accidentally placed her in possession of a truth that could set the world on fire. The library, once a sanctuary of knowledge, now felt like a prison of dangerous secrets, and she was its sole, terrified keeper. The journey to Hackdirt was less a travelogue and more a descent into a waking nightmare. Nestled in a damp, sunless crevice of the Jural Mountains, the village seemed to actively repel the outside world. The narrow path leading down into the settlement was overgrown and poorly maintained, as if discouraging visitors. The few buildings were squat and hunched, their timber frames warped and dark with perpetual moisture, and the air hung thick with the cloying smell of wet earth, stagnant water, and something else, something faintly metallic and unnervingly sweet. From the moment she set foot on the muddy main track, Alara felt the weight of unseen eyes upon her. Faces, pale and drawn, peered from behind grimy windows and cracked doors, their expressions not curious, but deeply suspicious and unsettlingly vacant. This was not a community, it was a fortress of paranoia. Her inquiries about the scholar, a reclusive Breton named Alaric, were met with a wall of hostile silence. The villagers, known as the Deep Ones, spoke in hushed, guttural tones amongst themselves, their dialect a thick and almost impenetrable patois. They moved with a strange, shuffling gait, their actions synchronized in a way that felt deeply unnatural. They denied all knowledge of any Alaric, their eyes darting toward a particularly dilapidated house at the edge of the village, half sunk into the hillside. It was clear they were lying, their fear of her questions far outweighing any courtesy they might offer a stranger. The atmosphere was so thick with dread and secrecy that Alara felt the primal urge to flee, the wolf within her stirring not in aggression, but in a shared sense of profound danger. She was an intruder in a place that worshipped its own isolation. Realizing direct questioning was futile, she resorted to the only currency this place seemed to understand: fear and need. She waited until dusk, when the strange, synchronized activities of the villagers seemed to pause, and she approached the sunken house directly. She did not knock, but spoke clearly through the warped wooden door, not as a scholar, but as one afflicted. She described the pull of the moon, the pain of the change, the isolation, and the desperate hope that had led her to his rumored research. She spoke of the Skaal's truth and the Empire's lie, proving she was no simple Imperial informant. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, the sound of multiple heavy bolts being drawn back echoed in the damp air, and the door creaked open just a sliver, revealing a single, feverishly bright eye, set in a face ravaged by exhaustion and terror. Alaric was a ghost of a man, living in a single, cluttered room that smelled of dust, strange chemicals, and overwhelming anxiety. He was gaunt, his hands trembling slightly, and he spoke in a rapid, paranoid whisper, constantly glancing toward the door and window as if expecting an attack. He confirmed the villagers were not just reclusive, They were the guardians of something ancient and terrible that slumbered in the caverns beneath the town, and their strange behavior was a form of devotion born from generations of fear. He had come here decades ago, like her, seeking answers they were rumored to possess, and had become a prisoner of his own discovery. His research, he claimed, was not a cure in the sense of eradication, but a suppression, a way to silence the wolf so completely it could never answer Hircine's call again. The formula, he explained in a hushed, frantic tone, was an alchemical paradox. Its central component was a rare, crystalline form of moon sugar, not the common variety used by skooma peddlers, but a pure, geologically pressurized variant that could only form in the absolute darkness of certain underwater caves. This specific crystal, which he called lunar calcite, resonated not with the raw energy of the moons, but with the silent space between their light, possessing a potent nullifying property. However, acquiring it was the true test. The only known deposit was deep within the flooded, treacherous cavern system of Deepscorn Hollow, a place the Hackdirt villagers guarded with a superstitious dread. They believed the hollow was the sacred heart of the entity they served, and a trespass there was to invite a fate worse than death. Alaric's fear was so palpable, it was a physical presence in the room. He refused to go himself, his spirit broken by whatever he had witnessed in that place. He could provide the formula and a crude map, scrawled on a piece of torn parchment, but that was all. The risk, he whispered, was absolute. The hollow was not just a cave, it was a place where reality felt thin, where the lines between dreaming and waking blurred. The villagers were the least of the dangers. The true peril lay in the environment itself, the claustrophobic, water-filled tunnels, the unstable rock, and the lingering psychic echoes of the malevolent presence that was rumored to dwell there. To enter Deepscorn Hollow was to offer yourself up to its darkness, and many who had tried to plunder its secrets had simply vanished, their minds and bodies claimed by the deep. He pressed the parchment into her hand, his fingers ice cold, and then practically shoved her back out into the misty night, bolting the door behind her with a finality that felt like a tomb sealing shut. She stood alone in the oppressive dark of Hackdirt, holding a map to a potential salvation that felt more like a suicide note. The oppressive, paranoid silence of Hackdirt was a world away from the humid, teeming chorus of Black Marsh. For Elara, crossing the border felt less like entering another province and more like stepping onto an entirely different plane of existence. The air itself was thick and warm, heavy with the scent of blooming fungi, rich decay, and stagnant water. Towering, twisted trees rose from the murk, their roots forming a tangled labyrinth above and below the waterline, and the constant, buzzing drone of insect life was punctuated by the deep, guttural calls of unseen creatures. This was a land that defied Imperial maps and scholarly categorization. It was raw, primal, and deeply alive in a way that made her own inner beast feel both agitated and strangely at home. Her destination was the domain of the Hist Shapers, an Argonian tribe so deeply connected to the ancient, sapient trees of the swamp that they were said to understand the very song of creation itself. Navigating the treacherous landscape was a test of pure instinct. There were no paths, only suggestions of passage through the dense mangroves and across vast, deceptively still bayous. The water, dark as ink and warm to the touch, concealed a world of hidden dangers, venomous serpents that coiled around submerged roots, territorial slaughterfish whose fins cut the surface like tiny blades, and patches of sucking mud that could trap the unwary in a suffocating embrace. Elara moved with a heightened awareness, her senses, both human and lupine, stretched to their limit. Every ripple in the water, every shift in the cacophonous chorus of the swamp demanded her attention. It was a place where a single misstep could be your last, and she felt a newfound respect for the people who not only survived here but thrived. Finding the Hist Shapers was not a matter of following coordinates, but of listening. She had been told to seek the place where the water tasted sweetest and the trees hummed with a low, vibrational frequency. After days of arduous travel, she began to notice a change. The predatory tension in the air seemed to lessen, the hostile creatures giving way to larger, more placid beasts that watched her pass with a calm, ancient knowing in their eyes. She came upon a wide, clear lagoon where the water, for the first time, was not opaque with silt, but shimmered with a faint, internal luminescence. On its banks stood a grove of immense Hist trees, their bark pulsing with soft, bioluminescent patterns, and nestled among their great roots were the woven reed dwellings of the tribe. The Argonians who emerged to greet her were unlike any she had encountered in the cities of Cyrodiil. They moved with a fluid, effortless grace, their scales dappled with the same faint light that emanated from the trees. Their large, unblinking eyes held not suspicion, but a deep, patient curiosity. They did not speak at first, but instead began a complex series of clicks, chirps, and soft hisses that wove together into a mesmerizing, melodic rhythm. It was not a language of words, but of concepts and emotions, a direct expression of thought that resonated in the very air around them. One of them, an elder whose scales were the color of weathered jade, gestured for her to follow him to the base of the largest Hist tree. Sitting on the warm, mossy roots, the elder began to speak in a more familiar tongue for her benefit, though his words were still layered with the poetic cadence of his people's song. He asked her why she had come, and she told him of her long journey, of the many faces of the beast blood she had witnessed, the pact, the curse, the discipline, the echo of the wild hunt. She spoke of her own struggle and her search for a truth that could set her free. He listened, his head tilted, as if hearing not just her words but the symphony of her soul. When he finally spoke, his voice was like the gentle lapping of water on a shore. He told her that the people of the outside world see in straight lines cause and effect, blessing and curse, gift and affliction. But the Hist, and those who listen to it, understand that reality is a circle. He explained that in the Black Marsh, there are creatures who change their form, not by the light of the moons or the will of a Daedric prince, but by the need of the land itself. The werebeasts of the swamp are not invaders. They are guardians, protectors, a vital part of the great balance maintained by the Hist. To them, the ability to shift form is a sacred charge, a gift bestowed to chosen souls to better serve the whole. This was not a story of Hircine. This was something far older, far more integral to the fabric of Nirn. The Hist, he explained, is a consciousness that spans across time and memory, a collective witness to the dawn of creation itself. It remembers when the lines between all living things were fluid, and it retains the power to enact that ancient truth. The lycanthropy of the marsh was not a twisted echo of the wild hunt. It was its own unique melody, a harmonious part of the Hist's grand, song for the swamp. The beast form was not a separate entity to be fought or controlled, but another aspect of the self, called forth to fulfill a specific purpose within the greater ecosystem, to cull an invasive species, to protect a sacred site, to guide the lost. For Elara, this was perhaps the most radical perspective yet. The Skaal spoke of the beast blood as a natural force that was corrupted. The Hist Shapers spoke of it as a natural force that was still pure, still functioning as intended in this isolated pocket of the world. It challenged the very foundation of her quest. She had been seeking a way to remove or silence the wolf, to cure herself of what she saw as a disease. But the Argonians asked her to consider a terrifying and beautiful possibility. What if the wolf was not the problem? What if the problem was the context? What if her own blood contained not a Daedric curse, but a dormant, natural potential that had been violently hijacked and shackled to a foreign god's sport? The peace she saw in the eyes of the tribe's people was not the peace of immunity or control, but the peace of purpose. Their wolves were not silenced. They were listening, waiting for their time to serve the song. It was a truth that offered no easy answers, but instead presented her with a profound and daunting question about her own place in the world. The humid, cloying air of the marsh gave way to a dry, sun-scorched wind as Alara crossed into the province of Elsewhere. The landscape transformed into a breathtaking expanse of rolling golden dunes and rugged mesas. Under a sky so vast and clear, it felt like a different realm entirely. Here, the twin moons of Masser and Secunda hung in the heavens with a presence so profound they felt like living deities, their silvery light a constant, watchful gaze. For the Kajiat, the moons were not just celestial bodies. They were the very architects of their being, the divine lens through which their forms were shaped at birth. Elara's quest now led her to a culture where transformation was not a curse or a secret to be unearthed, but a fundamental, celebrated fact of life. Yet even here, in this land of warmth and vibrant color, she would learn that the light of the moons casts the darkest of shadows. Her destination was a small settlement nestled in the foothills of the Tenmer forest, a place where the scent of baking moon sugar and desert flowers mingled with the soft chime of wind bells. She had come seeking stories, but the tales she first heard whispered around the evening cookfires were not of noble guardians or ancient pacts. They spoke in hushed, fearful tones of the Drow, Amathra, the Dark Ones, the Bent Cats, those whose souls had been claimed by the nameless force of the void. These were not mere werewolves. They were something far more sinister, Kajiat, whose connection to the lunar lattice had been twisted into a conduit for pure darkness. They were described as dancers in a terrible, silent ballet of corruption, their forms shifting and contorting to a melody only they could hear, a song that promised power, but delivered only eternal servitude to the void. To the Kajiat, the Drow Amathra was the ultimate perversion of Azura's gift, a warning of what happened when one turned away from the path and embraced the hollow hunger of the dark. It was during the Festival of the Waxing Moons that Alara found her way forward. The entire settlement was alive with music and celebration, a riot of color and motion under the glowing night sky. There was feasting and storytelling, but the heart of the festival was the dance. The Kajiat moved with an impossible grace, their steps a complex, intuitive reflection of the celestial bodies above. They were not just honoring the moons, they were conversing with them, their bodies becoming a language of light and shadow. Alara, feeling like a clumsy, heavy-footed outsider, could only watch from the periphery, a profound sense of isolation settling over her despite the joyous crowd. Her own transformation was a thing of pain and violence, a tearing apart of the self. Theirs was a dance of unity, a harmonious expression of identity that was fluid and whole. Her quiet observation did not go unnoticed. As the festivities began to wane, an elderly Kajiat woman, her fur the color of silvered ash and her eyes holding the deep, patient wisdom of countless seasons, approached her. She moved with a slow, deliberate dignity, and the other festival goers parted for her with a respect that was both instinctual and deeply earned. This was Shaza, the clan mother. She did not ask Elara why she had come. Instead, she simply gestured for her to follow, leading her away from the noise and toward a quiet overlook where the dunes shone like liquid silver under the moons. Seated on a woven rug, sharing a pot of faintly glowing moon tea, Shaza listened as Elara unspooled the tangled thread of her journey. She spoke of the Companions Pact, the Glenmoral's bargain, the Skaal's balance, and the Hist's song. She confessed the terrible weight of the Imperial secret she now carried, and the frightening offer from the alchemist in Hactor. For the first time, she also spoke of her deepest, most personal fear, that the wolf in her blood was not just a curse, but a potential gateway to this very darkness, to becoming one of the bent cats she had heard whispered about. Shaza listened until the very last word had faded into the desert night. Then she spoke, her voice a soft, rasping purr that seemed to blend with the whisper of the wind. She told Alara that the Kajiat understand the two moons dance in a way outsiders never could. She explained that when Azura, the mother of secrets, fashioned the Kajiat from the forest people, she bound their forms to the phases of the moons. This was not a random affliction or a punishment. It was a divine gift, a sacred mystery that made them adaptable, resilient, and deeply connected to the cosmos. The many breeds of Kajiat, from the humble Elfic to the mighty Sench, were all beautiful variations on this theme, each form perfect for its purpose. But for every gift, there is a shadow. The Dro Amathra, she said, are Kajiat who have broken the dance. They have become so mesmerized by their own reflection in the dark between the stars that they have forgotten the melody of the moons. They seek to take rather than receive, to dominate rather than harmonize. Their power is real, but it is a hollow, hungry power that consumes the soul from the inside out. It is the path of the individual who severs themselves from the tribe, from the moons, from Azura herself. Then she turned her luminous gaze fully upon Alara, and her next words would echo in Alara's mind for a long time to come. This one thinks you asked the wrong question, little one, Shaza purred. You look into your heart and you see a beast, and you ask, how do I remove it, or how do I control it? These are the questions of the Dro Amathra, for they see the beast as a tool or a master. You should ask instead, what is this beast's song, and who is it dancing with? She explained that the lycanthropy Alara carried was indeed a fragment of the Dro Amathra's dissonance, a melody corrupted by Hircine and forced upon mortal blood. But the raw material, the capacity for change, was as ancient and natural as the Kajiat themselves. The wolf was not inherently evil. It was a force of pure instinct, of wildness. The tragedy was that it had been shackled to a Daedric prince's hunt, its song replaced with a battle cry. The danger was not in the wolf, but in the loneliness of the dance. To fight it was to give it power. To try and silence it was to create the very emptiness the void craved. The only path, the only way to avoid the fate of the bent cats, was to find a new dance partner, to reconnect the wolf to something older and truer than Hircine's game. For Elara, sitting under the vast, starry canvas of the elsewhere sky, it was the final, pivotal piece of the puzzle. Every culture had offered a piece of the truth. Now the Khajiit offered the key. The cure she sought was not an eradication, but a reintegration. It was not about silencing the beast, but about teaching it a new song. The question was no longer if she could be free of the wolf, but if she was brave enough to invite it to dance. The journey to Morrowind was a passage into a land forever scarred by divinity and betrayal. Where elsewhere sands were golden and warm, the ashlands of Vivarden fell were a stark, brutal landscape of roiling gray skies and endless plains of volcanic grit that stung the eyes and choked the lungs. The very air tasted of sulfur and ancient dust, a constant reminder of the red mountains' simmering wrath. For Alara, stepping onto this soil felt like walking into a memory of a world that had nearly ended. Her research, a fragile thread woven from obscure Imperial logs and Dunmurry folktales, suggested that the Nerevarine, the legendary hero who had faced the mad god Dagoth-Ur, had his own fraught encounters with the werewolves that stalked these ashen wastes. But were they merely monsters to be slain, or something more? Reaching the isolated stronghold of the dissident priests was a pilgrimage in itself. Hidden within the labyrinthine corridors of an ancient, half-buried Dwemer ruin, their sanctuary was a haven for heretical truths and forbidden knowledge. These were not the orthodox temple priests who preached the tribunal's glory. They were scholars and seekers who had dedicated their lives to preserving the uncomfortable, often terrifying histories that the mainstream faith had tried to erase. They received Elara not with warmth, but with a grim, academic curiosity, their sharp red eyes assessing her as another piece of a vast, unsolved puzzle. When she mentioned the Nerevarine and the werewolves of the Ashlands, a profound silence fell over the chamber. They knew why she had come. In the hushed, dust-filled scriptorium deep within the ruin, they brought forth their treasures. Not gold or gems, but brittle, ash-stained scrolls sealed in protective tubes of glass and obsidian. As Alara carefully unrolled the first parchment, the script, written in a frantic, ancient Dunmuris, detailed not just sightings of lycanthropes, but their strategic deployment. These were not accounts of random attacks. They were military dispatches, intelligence reports from the height of Dagoth-Ur's power. The scrolls revealed that the Sharmat, in his infinite arrogance and madness, had seen the beast blood not as a curse, but as a potential tool. He sought to harness its ferocity, to twist it through the corrupting power of the heart of Lorkhin, and create a new breed of soldier, bound not to Hircine's hunt, but to his own divine will. These werewolves were intended to be his shock troops, their savagery amplified, and their loyalty engineered to tear through the ranks of the tribunal's armies. But the most chilling revelation was yet to come. Another, even older scroll, penned by a buoyant armiger who had defected to the dissident cause, spoke of a time long before the rise of the tribunal, in the Dawn era, when the world was still raw and the gods walked among mortals. It suggested that the very concept of lycanthropy, the ability to shed one skin for another, did not originate with Hircine. The scroll claimed it was an art known to the Aelnofi, the original ancestors of all mortals, a natural magic as inherent as breathing. It was only later that the Daedric princes, and specifically Hircine, saw this primordial power and coveted it. They did not create it, they corrupted it, binding it to their spheres and turning a sacred, balanced aspect of the natural order into a predatory curse to serve their own eternal games. Dagoth-Ur's experiments were merely a mortal's pitiful attempt to replicate this divine theft, to seize a shred of that corrupting power for himself. This truth landed upon Alara with the weight of a collapsing mountain. The beast within her was not some alien invader or a demonic punishment. It was a piece of the world's own ancient, wild soul that had been hijacked, shackled to a Daedric prince's sport for millennia. The implications were staggering, rewriting everything she thought she knew about her own suffering. But with this revelation came a terrifying, intoxicating possibility. The scrolls didn't just speak of history. They contained fragmented notes, theories on the original, uncorrupted state of the shape-shifting art. There were hints, cryptic formulas, and tonal resonances that suggested a way to potentially reclaim it. To sever the beast's connection to Hircine's hunt and restore its original, natural harmony. This knowledge was a double-edged sword, sharper than any she had ever held. To use it would be to walk the same path as Dagoth-Ur himself, a mortal grasping for the power of gods, playing with forces she could scarcely comprehend. The risks were unimaginable. Could she truly unravel a Daedric prince's work without damning herself further? Or would she simply become another would-be god, creating a new monster in the process? The ethical dilemma was a vortex, threatening to pull her under. She had spent her entire life seeking a cure, a way to remove the wolf. Now, she was holding a blueprint that promised not removal, but redemption. The choice was no longer between being human or monster, but between leaving the chains in place or daring to try and break them, knowing the attempt could destroy her completely. The ash outside seemed to seep into her very soul, covering the fragile hope with a layer of grim doubt. The grim, ashen truths of Morrowind still clung to Alara's thoughts, like the dust of Vivarden fell on her cloak. But it was the cold, sharp air of Skyrim that filled her lungs as she crossed the border once more. Her journey had come full circle, not to the honorable halls of Jorrvaskr, but to the shadowy periphery of its oldest enemy. If the dissident priests had revealed the ancient corruption of her curse, then the silver hand represented its brutal, modern consequence. The fear and hatred born from centuries of suffering. To understand the full picture, she needed to see herself through the eyes of those who saw her not as a person, but as a monster to be exterminated. Finding their base of operations was a task that required her to think like her hunters. She avoided the main roads, instead tracking the rumors that flowed through the seedier taverns and remote hunter camps. Whispers spoke of a fortified lodge deep within the pine forests of the Rift, a place where travelers who wandered too close never returned. The trail was not one of physical footprints, but of absence and unease, a missing shipment of silver ingots from a local mine, a sudden drop in wolf populations in a specific valley, and the cold, dismissive silence that fell over a village in whenever the name, Silver Hand, was mentioned. These were not the signs of myth, but of a very real, very organized operation. The lodge, when she finally located it, was a stark, functional structure built for defense, not comfort. It was nestled against a sheer cliff face, its timber walls reinforced with iron bands, and a single, heavily guarded gate was the only visible entrance. There were no banners or sigils, only the faint, acrid smell of forged smoke and something else, the coppery scent of old blood that even the pine needles could not mask. Gaining entry through the front was impossible. The guards were alert and professional, their eyes constantly scanning the tree line. Her only path was one of stealth and patience, waiting for the cover of a moonless night and finding a weakness in their perimeter. A narrow drainage grate half hidden by frost-heaved soil and frozen brambles. The tunnel behind the grate was a tight, claustrophobic squeeze through icy mud and stone, a journey that felt like being swallowed by the earth itself. It deposited her into a dank cellar, the air thick with the smell of damp fur, blood, and the sharp, unmistakable odor of fear. The base was a hive of quiet, grim activity. From her hiding place behind a stack of crates, marked with the symbol of a slashed paw, she watched silver hand members move with a cold efficiency. They spoke in low, clipped tones, cleaning and maintaining vicious-looking weapons with silvered blades and crossbow bolts, tipped with what she knew would be wolfsbane extract. This was not a band of fanatical vigilantes. It was a military operation, disciplined and funded. Slipping past the patrols required every ounce of stealth she possessed, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She found what she sought in a locked room that served as their commander's study. The lock yielded to a careful pick, and inside, the air was stale and heavy with the scent of ink and dried leather. Ledgers and reports were stacked neatly on a heavy oak desk, their contents a chilling ledger of suffering. She read accounts of ambushes on lone travelers merely suspected of carrying the blood, detailed descriptions of brutal interrogations meant to uncover werewolf dens, and inventory lists for silver and alchemical reagents, purchased in bulk from discreet suppliers across Skyrim. But the most horrifying discoveries were not records of kills. They were records of failures and a terrifying ambition. One journal, written in a precise, clinical hand, detailed their attempts to not just eradicate lycanthropy, but to understand and even harness it. They had conducted horrific experiments on captured werewolves, trying to distill the curse into a serum that could grant their own soldiers a beast's strength without the loss of control. Page after page described agonizing failures test subjects who tore themselves apart in transformation, others who became feral and had to be put down, and a few chilling entries that spoke of partial successes that resulted in creatures of immense strength but broken minds, kept chained in deep pits for further study. They were playing with the very fire they claimed to be putting out, their hatred blinding them to their own monstrous actions. The final document she saw was a new directive, a sketch of a device labeled Soul Lure. The notes described a plan to use a captured werewolf as bait in a massive, amplified soul trap, theorizing that if they could capture the essence of the transformation itself at the moment of death, they could finally create a stable, controllable version of the power. The intended target for this experiment was listed simply as the Scholar, with a footnote mentioning a reliable informant within the Arcane University who had provided leads on her whereabouts and research. The cold dread that washed over her was more paralyzing than any Skyrim frost. She wasn't just a curious academic to them anymore. She was a unique specimen, a werewolf who had delved into the deepest secrets of the curse, making her the perfect, ultimate test subject for their horrific research. The sound of booted footsteps, echoing down the hall toward the study, snapped her from her horrified trance. She had overstayed her welcome. Slipping back into the shadowy corridor, she moved with a new, frantic urgency. The exit seemed miles away, every creak of the floorboards sounding like a thunderclap in the tense silence. Turning a corner, she came face to face with a silver-hand scout returning from patrol. For a heartbeat, they simply stared at each other, his eyes widening in recognition not of her face, but of the scent she could not hide, the wildness that her fear had stirred in her blood. He opened his mouth to shout in alarm, his hand flying to the silver dagger at his belt. There was no time for thought, only instinct. A surge of adrenaline, raw and primal, flooded her system. It was not the full transformation, but a terrifying glimpse of it. A snarl ripped from her throat that was not entirely human, a speed in her movement that was more than mortal as she slammed him into the stone wall and fled down the passageway as the base erupted into shouts and the clamor of pursuit behind her. Exhausted, hunted, and carrying the weight of a dozen conflicting truths, Alara knew she could run no longer. The silver hand was closing in. The whispers of Hector's alchemist promised a hollow salvation, and the profound revelations from the Skaal, the Cagiate, and the dissident priests swirled in her mind like a storm with no eye. To find her path forward, she needed to go to the very source of the chains that bound her. She needed to look the hunter in the eye. The time for reading about the curse was over. It was time to confront its architect. She chose a clearing high in the Geral Mountains, a place where the twin moons, Maser and Secunda, hung large and luminous in the cold, thin air, their light undimmed by the haze of the lowlands. The site was a natural amphitheater of stone, silent but for the sigh of the wind through the stunted pines. Here, away from the judging eyes of civilization and the lurking shadows of her pursuers, she could perform a ritual not of suppression, but of revelation. From her pack, she carefully laid out the artifacts she had gathered, each one a key to a different lock on the door she was about to open. A sliver of lunar calcite from Deepscorn Hollow, cold and absorptive. A dried sprig of Nirn root from the Skaal's teachings, pulsing with a faint, earthy magic. A fragment of stone from the Glenmoral tomb, still humming with the echo of that primal pact. A single, silvery scale, gifted by the Hist Shapers, a testament to a harmony she desperately sought. Drawing a circle in the frost-rimed earth with a piece of chalk mixed with her own blood, she began the invocation. The words were not from any single tome, but a synthesis of phrases learned from a dozen cultures, a plea woven from all the threads of her journey. She called not as a supplicant begging for mercy, but as a scholar demanding an audience, challenging the Prince of the Hunt to show himself. As she spoke the final, resonating syllable, the air within the circle grew dense and still, the sounds of the mountain night fading into an absolute, ringing silence. The artifacts at the cardinal points began to glow with a sickly, phosphorescent light, and a pressure built in her temples, a familiar, painful throbbing that signaled the rise of the beast within her, but amplified 100-fold. Then the world dissolved. She was no longer in the mountains of Cyrodiil. She was running. Her body was a symphony of raw power and exhilarating speed, muscles coiling and releasing with a ferocity that was both terrifying and ecstatic. The scent of pine and cold stone was replaced by the rich, overwhelming perfume of prey, the warm, fear-scented sweat of a fleeing deer, the musky odor of a startled bear. This was the hunt, not as a story, but as a visceral, all-consuming reality. She felt the pure, untamed joy of the chase, the singular focus of the predator, the universe narrowed to the rhythm of her own pounding heart, and the frantic pulse of the life she was about to extinguish. It was a siren song of absolute freedom, a promise to shed the weary, complicated weight of her humanity and become nothing but this perfect, predatory moment. But intertwined with that ecstasy was a grotesque counterpoint. The vision shifted, and she saw the hunt from the perspective of the prey. She felt the searing agony of silver-tipped arrows finding their mark, the crushing despair of a trapped wolf caught in a spiked pit, the terror of a family hiding in a cottage as claws splintered the door. She experienced the cruel laughter of the huntsman, the Daedra who served Hircine, as they toyed with their quarry, stretching out the fear for their own amusement. The freedom of the predator was a lie. It was a gilded cage within a larger, more terrible game. Every kill, every chase, was merely a move on Hircine's eternal game board, a spectacle staged for a bored and hungry god. The werewolf was not a partner in the hunt. It was the most prized piece, the one that provided the most thrilling conflict, the most delicious despair. Through the roaring bloodlust and the echoing screams of pain, a presence manifested in her mind. It was vast, ancient, and utterly alien, a consciousness of pure instinct and boundless appetite. Hircine did not speak in words, but in concepts that crashed against her sanity, like waves against a cliff. She felt his motives, not as reasons, but as absolute, unchangeable facts of existence. He was the hunt. He was the thrill of the chase, the fear of the prey, the spilled blood on the forest floor. Mortals, with their fleeting lives and pathetic struggles, were the ultimate sport. Their attempts to cure, control, or understand the curse were the most entertaining part of the game, the delightful irony of a piece, trying to comprehend the player. He showed her that her entire journey, her suffering, her quest for knowledge, had only made her a more interesting quarry, a more valuable prize to eventually run down and claim for his hunting grounds. Her defiance was not an annoyance. It was the seasoning that made the meal worthwhile. The urge to surrender to the vision, to let the beast rise and join this eternal, bloody dance, was an almost physical pull, a warm, welcoming darkness, promising an end to all her pain and confusion. It would be so easy to stop fighting, to finally belong to something, but the memories of her journey flashed before her. The Skaal's spiritual wholeness, the Kajiat's sacred dance, the Hist's ancient song. These were not part of Hircine's game. They were the board upon which he played. To surrender would be to betray every truth she had unearthed, to reduce herself to a mere character in his story. With a scream that was part human anguish and part lupine defiance, she tore her consciousness away from the vision, focusing on the artifact's conflicting energies, the nullifying calm of the calcite, the natural balance of the Nirn root, the wild harmony of the scale. She forced herself to remember the feeling of the Skaal's hearth, not the heat of the hunt. The vision shattered. Alara collapsed to her knees in the center of the circle, gasping for air, her body trembling uncontrollably. The mountain cold was a shocking, welcome slap against her feverish skin. The artifacts around her had crumbled into inert, gray dust, their power spent in protecting her from a full psychic assimilation. She had looked into the heart of the hunt and had narrowly clawed her way back. She had gained her insight, and it was more terrible than she could have imagined. There was no cure to be bargained for, no mercy to be found. Hircine's true motive was not malice, but a boundless, indifferent appetite for entertainment. Her suffering was not a personal punishment. It was a side effect of being an interesting toy. The only way out was not to break his rules, but to stop playing his game entirely. The question that now burned in her, brighter and more urgent than ever, was how a single mortal could possibly resign from a game devised by a god. The journey to Ivia was unlike any other Alara had undertaken, a voyage across not just water, but the very fabric of magic itself. The island, cloaked in powerful illusion and warded by ancient spells, did not appear on any map. It was a place one could only find by knowing it was already there, a secret whispered on the ethereal currents of the Arcane University's oldest archives. The air around the island crackled with latent energy, a tingling sensation on the skin that spoke of the immense power concentrated here, a legacy of the great archmage Shalador himself. For Elara, stepping onto its shores felt like crossing a threshold into a library, written not in ink, but in pure, structured magica, a place where the answers she sought might finally be written in a language she could understand. Her research had hinted that the Mages Guild, in its earliest and most audacious days, had not shied away from the study of lycanthropy. Before the fear and the purges, there was a brief, brilliant period of pure academic inquiry, a desire to comprehend the transformation not as a curse, but as a profound metaphysical event. And where better to conduct such dangerous, revolutionary research than on an island personally sanctified by one of the most powerful mages in history, a place insulated from the political and spiritual prejudices of the mainland. Elara's heart beat with a scholar's thrill, the same driving curiosity that had first led her into the archives, now amplified by the desperate hope of a victim. The first challenge was not a locked door, but a living one. The entrance to the main research complex was guarded by a magnificent, spectral wolf, its form shimmering with complex enchantments. It did not snarl or attack. It simply sat, blocking the path, its intelligent eyes regarding her not with hostility, but with a patient, testing gaze. It spoke not in words, but in projected concepts, a psychic riddle woven from the very nature of the beast she carried within. What is the hunter that is also the prey? The freedom that is also the cage. The answer was not a word, but an emotion, a state of being. Alara closed her eyes, reaching inward to the conflicted heart of her own existence. She did not suppress the wolf, nor did she give it voice. Instead, she acknowledged its duality, holding the image of the proud hunter and the terrified victim in her mind simultaneously, accepting the painful paradox as the truth of her condition. The spectral wolf dipped its head in acknowledgement and faded away, the path clear. Beyond lay a series of chambers, each a masterpiece of magical engineering and philosophical inquiry. Shalador had not designed simple traps. He had created experiential lessons. One room required her to manipulate beams of light, representing lunar energy, through a series of prisms that split them into their constituent emotional frequencies: primal rage, instinctual joy, predatory focus, and pact bond loyalty. To proceed, she had to isolate and amplify the frequency of loyalty, demonstrating an understanding that the beast's nature was not monolithic savagery, but a complex spectrum of drives. Another chamber presented a vast, starry map of Mundus and Oblivion, with constellations representing different Daedric princes. The puzzle was to trace the astronomical alignment that would maximally empower Hircine's influence, then chart a counter-alignment using the lesser-known stars of the Mage's constellation to weaken it. It was a lesson in using cosmic balance against a Daedric prince's power, a concept far more nuanced than mere brute force opposition. Finally, in the innermost sanctum, she found it. Not a library of scrolls, but a single, flawless crystal spire rising from the center of the room. As she approached, it activated, projecting shimmering lines of text and complex anatomical diagrams into the air around her. This was the culmination of the Guild's research, a temporary suppression, ritual of breathtaking elegance and terrifying cost. The ritual itself was a work of art, a precise symphony of spellwork that would create a resonant frequency in the caster's own magicka field, one that would temporarily cancel out the metaphysical signature of Hircine's claim, like two opposing musical notes, creating a moment of silence. But the price, the research was brutally clear. The energy for this cancellation had to be drawn from a source of equal personal power. It could not use soul gems or external magicka wells. It required a sacrifice of the self. Specifically, it fed upon memory, not random snippets, but the most emotionally potent, identity-forging memories a person possessed. The memory of a first love, the triumph of a hard-won victory, the sound of a lost parent's voice. The ritual would scour these foundational moments from the mind, using their potent emotional energy to power the suppression. The longer the suppression was maintained, the more of one's own past would be irrevocably erased. Elara stood in the glowing light of the crystal, the weight of the choice crushing the air from her lungs. This was the cure she had begged for, the answer to her most desperate prayer. She could be free of the wolf for a time. She could walk under the full moon without fear. But what would be left of her? Would she become a hollowed-out vessel, a woman with a gap-riddled past, forever straining to remember who she was and what had made her that way? Her quest had been launched from the memory of her family's suffering, fueled by the memory of countless nights spent in fear. To use this ritual would be to burn those very memories as fuel. She would be sacrificing the pain that had defined her to eliminate the curse that caused it, achieving a hollow peace at the cost of her own history. It was a devil's bargain that questioned the very core of existence. Was it better to be a whole person, living with a terrible affliction, or a free but fragmented soul, unmoored from the experiences that gave life its meaning? The silence of the sanctum offered no easy answers, only the cold, logical truth of the crystal's light. The path into the Geral Mountains was a brutal ascent, a world away from the curated knowledge of Ivia. Here, the only texts were the unyielding faces of cliffs and the ancient, groaning language of the wind through narrow passes. Alara's muscles burned with the effort, each step a conscious rebellion against the fatigue that threatened to pull her into the rocks. Her guide was not a map, but a feeling, a deep, resonant pull in her blood that grew stronger the higher she climbed, a primal compass pointing toward the origin of her pain. The cave was not meant to be found, by those who were merely curious. It revealed itself only to those who were truly desperate. Its entrance a dark, narrow fissure, hidden behind a cascade of frozen waterfall, like a secret the mountain had sworn to keep. Crossing the threshold felt like stepping into the gullet of a great, slumbering beast. The air was frigid and carried the faint, metallic scent of old ice and older stone. The silence was absolute, a heavy blanket that seemed to swallow the sound of her own breathing, but it was a watchful silence. She had not ventured more than a dozen paces into the gloom when the guardians made themselves known. They did not rise from the shadows, they coalesced from them. 3 immense, spectral wolves, their forms shimmering with a pale, blue-white light, materialized to block her path. Their eyes were not the mindless voids of common wraiths. They held a fierce, ancient intelligence, a solemn duty etched into their very essence. They were the eternal wardens of this place, and their test was not one of strength, but of worth. They did not attack. Instead, they fanned out, forming a triangle around her, and began to circle with a slow, deliberate grace. A low, psychic hum filled the chamber, not a sound, but a vibration that resonated deep within her soul. It was a question, posed not in words, but in pure intent. It asked her why. Why did she seek the source? Was it for power, for vengeance, for a cure to be wielded as a weapon? Alara stood her ground, her heart hammering. She could feel the beast within her stir, not in aggression, but in recognition of these ancient kin. She closed her eyes and did the only thing that felt true. She opened her mind. She let them see it all. The fear of her childhood, the shame of the transformations, the long years of research, the crushing weight of the Silver Hand's ledger, the terrifying vision of Hircine's hunting grounds, and the hollow price of the mage's suppression ritual. She showed them not her strength, but her exhaustion, not her certainty, but her need to understand. She offered her vulnerability as her only credential. The psychic pressure ceased. The spectral wolves stopped their circling. The largest of them dipped its great head in a gesture of acknowledgement, then turned and paced slowly toward the rear of the cave, its ethereal light illuminating the path forward. The others simply faded back into the darkness, their vigil complete. She had passed. The way was open. The chamber she entered was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow. The walls were not rough-hewn rock, but a continuous tapestry of carved narrative, a story in stone that stretched back millennia. The style was not the clean, formalized art of the later Nords. These carvings were raw, visceral, etched with a frantic passion that made the images seem to writhe and move in the flickering light of her torch. She moved along the wall, her fingers tracing the story as she deciphered it. It began not with a monster, but with a hero, a mighty Nord hunter named Thorvund, standing fearless before a great, antlered specter Hircine. His village was besieged by a pack of monstrous, pale wolves from the void, creatures that were not of Nirn, sent by another prince to spite the hunter. The villagers were trapped, doomed to a slow starvation and a bloody end. Hircine, intrigued by the hunter's bravery, offered him a choice: die with his people as a man, or live as something more to save them. The carving showed the pact, not a sinister bargain, but a solemn agreement between two proud beings. Thorvund did not kneel. He stood tall and accepted the hunter's mark. The next sequence showed the first transformation. It was not depicted as a violent, painful ripping apart of a man, but as a glorious, terrifying unfurling. Thorvald's body swelled with power, his form blending with that of a great, golden-furred wolf. This was not a curse, it was a mantle of power being donned. The following images showed the salvation. The new beast, its eyes still holding the glint of the man's intelligence, turned upon the pale wolves. The battle was a whirlwind of fang and claw, a force of nature unleashed upon a corruption. He drove the invaders out, saving his people, but the final carving on the wall was the most poignant. It showed the aftermath. Thorvald, returned to his human form, stood at the edge of the village, looking back at the lights of the homes he had saved. He was alone. A single tear was carved on his cheek. The price of his salvation was exile. He carried the heart of the beast within him now, a sacred, terrifying power that could not be allowed near the fragile community he protected. His bravery had saved their lives, but it had cost him his place among them. His blessing was also his damnation. He was the first, and his story was not one of mindless savagery, but of profound, tragic sacrifice. The origin of her affliction was not a punishment for wickedness or a random Daedric prank. It was the willing bearing of a terrible burden for the sake of others. The beast was not born from malice, but from love. This truth settled over Elara with a weight that was both devastating and strangely comforting. The wolf within her was not a demon to be exorcised. It was the lonely, heroic legacy of the first who had ever borne it, a power that had once been the salvation of a people. The question now was not how to remove it, but how to live up to it. Alone in the flickering candlelight of a rented room in Bruma, surrounded by a fortress of stacked notes, crumbling scrolls, and the profound silence of the night, Alara finally allowed the entirety of her journey to wash over her. The revelations were not separate pieces to be fitted together, but layers of a single, breathtaking truth. Lycanthropy was not one thing. It was a story told in a dozen different languages, each with its own accent and its own painful beauty. The Companions saw it as a warrior's covenant. The Glenmoril Witches knew it as a primal sacrament. The Skaal understood it as a natural force that had been stolen and corrupted. The Hist Shapers revered it as a note in their sacred song. The Kajiat danced with it as a divine gift, shadowed by a terrible warning, and the Empire had feared it into a reason for genocide. There was no single curse, only 1,000 different relationships with a power as old as Nirn itself. Her magnum opus, the work that now lay complete on the desk before her, was not a cure. It was a chronicle. She had woven these disparate threads into a single, coherent tapestry, tracing the beast blood from its primordial origins as a natural, fluid magic of the Elnofi, through its corruption and claim by Hircine, to its myriad expressions across the cultures of Tamriel. She documented the Imperial Purges with damning evidence, exposed the Silver Hand's horrific experiments, and detailed the tragic, noble sacrifice of the first werewolf, Thorvald. It was a history that would rewrite every chapter on the subject in every library across the continent. But as she looked at the stacked pages, the weight of the knowledge was a physical pressure on her chest. This was no dry academic thesis to be debated by scholars in dusty robes. This was a live ember that could set the world ablaze. Publishing this truth would be an act of incredible liberation for thousands who suffered in silence, who believed themselves to be uniquely damned monsters. It would give them context, history, and a profound sense of shared identity. They would learn they were part of a story far larger and more complex than a simple Daedric curse. Yet that same liberation would come with a terrible cost. It would shatter the foundation of the Silver Hand and their ilk, yes, but it would also vindicate their most paranoid fears, potentially driving them to even greater extremes of violence against anyone suspected of carrying the blood. It would humiliate the Empire, exposing a centuries-long campaign of lies and murder, likely triggering widespread unrest and calls for reckoning that could destabilize the entire province. And most dangerously, it would draw a map for every power-hungry mage and aspiring tyrant in Tamriel, showing them not only the source of this incredible power, but the various methods cultures had used to try and harness it. She would be handing them the research of the dissident priests, the alchemical notes from Hackdirt, and the Mages Guild's ritual, a toolkit for anyone arrogant enough to try and replicate the work of gods. The choice was paralyzing. To publish was to unleash a tide of both hope and chaos, trusting that the former would outweigh the latter. To hide it was to become a guardian of a terrible secret, protecting the world from a truth it might not be ready to bear, while condemning those who suffered to continue their isolation and ignorance. She was no longer just a scholar. She was a warden at a gate, and the key was in her hand. The decision was made for her by the sound of splintering wood. The door to her room exploded inward, and the air filled with the glint of silver and the grim, determined faces of the Silver Hand. They had found her. Their leader, a grim-faced Nord with a scar across his eye, leveled a crossbow at her heart. The manuscript scholar, he growled, his voice like grinding stones. Your research ends tonight. But even as he spoke, a second group emerged from the shadows of the hallway. Behind them, black-robed figures with the unmistakable aura of the Thalmor. Justiciars, their leader, a tall Altmer with cold, golden eyes, smiled a thin, predatory smile. I think not, he said, his voice dripping with condescension. The Dominion has a keen interest in such transformative potential. The work will come with us. The girl, however, is optional, cornered between the fanaticism of the past and the cold ambition of the future. Alara did the only thing she could. With a surge of desperate strength, she overturned the desk, sending a blizzard of priceless pages flying into the air between the two factions. In the instant of confusion, as the Silver Hand roared in fury and the Thalmor shouted orders, she grabbed the single master copy of her work and dove through the room's single window, shattering glass and frame as she fell into the dark, merciful alley below, the sounds of a sudden and violent battle erupting in the room above her. She had not chosen to publish or to hide. She had chosen to run, because her truth was no longer just an idea. It was the most dangerous artifact in Tamriel, and everyone wanted it. Running through the dense, rain-slicked pines of Falkreath, every snapping twig sounded like a thunderclap to Alara's heightened senses. The Silver Hand's shouts echoed behind her, a grim reminder of the crossbow bolt that had grazed her arm, its silver tip sending searing jolts of pain through her system with every frantic step. She had thought she'd lost them at the river, but they were relentless, their hatred a fuel that never burned out. But as she burst into a moonlit clearing, she realized the hunters at her back were the lesser of two terrors. Before her, emerging from the shadows with low, guttural growls, was a pack of wild werewolves. Their eyes burned with a feral yellow light, their powerful forms coiled and ready to spring. She was trapped between the cold, calculated hatred of men and the raw, untamed fury of beasts. There was no escape, only a choice of how she would meet her end. The Silver Hand squad crashed into the clearing behind her, their leader barking orders to form a perimeter. For a heartbeat, the two groups, man and monster, simply stared at each other, a tense, silent standoff, shattered by the snarl of a large gray, furred werewolf as it took a threatening step forward. The Silver Hand crossbows snapped up, the metallic click of their triggers a death sentence. In that sliver of time, hanging between two worlds about to tear each other apart, Alara did not raise her hands in surrender. Instead, she stepped directly into the center of the clearing, placing her body squarely in the line of fire. Stop. Her voice, though laced with fear, did not shake. Look at them, truly look. They are not mindless. They are your shared history. All eyes, human and lupine, turned to her. The Silver Hand leader sneered. Step aside, witch. Your lies won't save you or your pets. But the werewolves, sensing the shift in tension, held their position, their intelligent eyes fixed on this lone woman who smelled of both the wild and the library. Elara's mind raced, sifting through a lifetime of research, through every scroll and every story she had unearthed. She knew she had one chance, one moment to speak a truth so powerful it could bridge this chasm of fear. She turned first to the Silver Hand, her words sharp and clear. You hunt them because you believe they are only monsters, a plague to be cleansed. But your own Imperial records, the ones you've never seen, tell a different story. They speak of the Purges, of villages burned not because they were infected, but because they were inconvenient. You are not heroes protecting humanity. You are the inheritors of a political massacre, continuing a cycle of violence born from a lie. She then turned to the pack, her tone shifting from accusation to reverence. And you carry the blood of Thorvund the First, a Nord hunter who accepted the beast not as a curse, but as a mantle of power to save his people from a true evil. Your rage is a memory of that noble sacrifice, twisted by Hircine into a weapon for his sport. You are not his slaves. You are the descendants of a hero, and you have forgotten your own legacy. She spoke of the Skaal's spiritual balance, of the Khajiit's two moons dance, of the Hist's sacred song, weaving a tapestry of a shared, multifaceted heritage that belonged to all of them, hunter and hunted alike. She wasn't asking for mercy. She was offering them an identity they had all lost. The Silver Hand jeered, their leader raising his crossbow again. Pretty stories. They won't stop Silver, but the large gray werewolf, the pack's apparent alpha, let out a soft whine, tilting its head as it looked at Alara. It was listening. It understood. The Silver Hand leader took this as a sign of weakness and leveled his weapon at the alpha. See, even the beast knows its end is. He never finished. In that instant, Alara made her choice. She could not fight them all, and she could not outrun them. The only path left was the one she had spent her entire life fearing. Instead of fighting the change, as she always had, she opened herself to it. She didn't resist the pull of the moons, she invited it. The transformation was not the usual agony of a battle lost. It was a conscious, willing act of trust. It was faster, smoother, a surge of power rather than a rending of flesh. Where she had stood, a woman now stood a powerful wolf, with fur the color of dark earth and eyes that held not a feral glow, but a sharp, focused intelligence. She did not lash out. She did not snarl. She simply stood between the two factions, her own controlled transformation, a living testament to everything she had just proclaimed. The silence that followed was absolute. The silver hands stared, their weapons wavering, their ideology confronted by a reality their manuals had never described, a werewolf that had chosen its form and remained in command of its mind. The alpha of the wild pack took a step forward, not in attack, but in curiosity. It sniffed the air around her, then dipped its head in a gesture of profound, ancient recognition. The truce was not signed with words, but with this simple, primal acknowledgement. The wild pack turned as one to face the silver hand, their stance no longer purely aggressive, but defensive, protective of her and of the truth she embodied. The hunters, outnumbered and facing a unity they could not comprehend, faltered. Their leader, his certainty shattered, finally lowered his crossbow and signaled a retreat, his men melting back into the forest with a confusion that was more terrifying to them than any battle cry. Elara was left in the clearing with her new, reluctant allies, the rain washing the scent of silver and fear from the air, the first thread of a new understanding slowly weaving itself into the fabric of the night. Returning to the white marble halls and whispering archives of the Arcane University felt like stepping into a life she had lived in a dream. The air still smelled of old paper and ozone. The towering shelves still groaned under the weight of centuries of knowledge, but the woman who walked between them was a stranger to the timid scholar who had first fled this place. She carried the scent of cold mountain air and pine, the memory of primal fear and profound understanding etched into her very soul. She was not just Alara the researcher anymore. She was the woman who had faced Hircine in a moonlit circle, who had spoken to wild packs and silver hand hunters alike, and who now carried the weight of a truth that could reshape the world. Her duality was no longer a curse to be hidden, but the core of her strength. The beast's instincts sharpened the scholar's mind, and the scholar's wisdom gave purpose to the beast's power. Her first act was not to present her findings to the skeptical archmage, but to claim a forgotten space. Deep in the university's undercroft, behind a door warped by time and disuse, was an old scriptorium that had been sealed for generations. With her own hands, she cleared the dust and the cobwebs, letting the wolf's strength aid in moving heavy crates and broken furniture. She did not build a fortress or a laboratory. She founded an archive. This would be the repository for every fragment of truth she had gathered. The copied scrolls from the dissident priests, the detailed sketches of the Glenmoral carvings, the translated Skaal legends, the chilling ledger from the Silver Hand, and her own masterwork, the complete chronicle of the beast blood. She labeled it not as a collection of curses, but as the foundation for lycanthropic understanding. Word of her return and her radical, new endeavor spread through the university like a shockwave. She expected ridicule, condemnation, even threats of expulsion, and indeed they came. Senior mages accused her of harboring a dangerous affliction and endangering the student body. Others dismissed her work as heresy against established magical doctrine, but a curious thing began to happen. A few brave souls, intrigued by her passion, or perhaps recognizing a hidden truth in her words, began to seek her out. First, it was a young alchemy student from a family in Falkreath who had lost an uncle to the Purges. Then, a historian from Anvil who had always found the Imperial accounts of the beast folk to be inconsistent. Finally, a powerful, elderly Altmer mage, his face a mask of dignified sorrow, confessed that his own grandson had vanished years ago, suspected of carrying the blood. He offered not criticism, but a donation of rare, warding crystals to protect the new archive. The isolated scholar was becoming the nucleus of a quiet revolution. Her methodology became her message. She did not preach or proselytize. She simply presented the evidence with a scholar's rigor and a survivor's empathy. To those who saw only a monster, she showed the noble sacrifice of Thorvund. To those who feared the beast's rage, she explained the Kajiat philosophy of the dance and the Skaal's path of spiritual balance. She spoke of the lycanthropy of the Black Marsh not as a curse, but as a sacred charge from the Hist. She did not deny the danger or the pain. Her own silver-scarred arm was testament to that, but she reframed it. The affliction was not the transformation itself, but the isolation, the fear, and the ignorance that surrounded it. True danger sprang from misunderstanding, not from the moon. Her goal was to replace that fear with knowledge, to offer context where there had only been condemnation. One evening, standing on a high balcony overlooking the Imperial city, the twin moons of Masser and Seconder rose over the distant walls, their light painting the world in silver. Elara felt the familiar pull in her blood, a call that was no longer a summons to terror, but an invitation to a deeper mystery. She had answered the immediate question of her own nature, but her journey had only uncovered vaster, more profound enigmas. What other natural magics had the Daedric princes corrupted and claimed as their own? What forgotten songs of the Aelnofi still echoed in the blood of other so-called cursed beings across Tamriel? Her personal quest for a cure had ended, but her life's work had truly just begun. She was no longer a victim fleeing her fate, but a pioneer on the threshold of a new frontier of understanding, ready to unravel the deeper, wilder mysteries woven into the very fabric of the world.
you.